Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Hi, Narix. Hi, Bretok. Hi, Ixon. Hi, Jameson. Mini Dragon. Oh my god. For the AT Arcs free challenge was out? Yeah. And hi, Mama Dragon. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. I didn't really stream last night. I was very tired actually. I'm after working, and then once I'm back at about like 5 p.m. and then I help my mom like trying to like we're still trying to clean up the space back there, you know, the place where we store all the spare parts, car parts. Now that the whole like metal has been wait the whole metal part has been like recycled. We're selling them as like some Feitie. How do you say that again? Feitie, useless metal? I mean, I guess that's like kind of a direct translation, maybe. No, yeah, something like that. So it's like we're selling them for like 6. Yeah, scrap. Right. Scrap metal. There we go. Yeah. So it's been there for like 3 years. So, and then starting about last year, me and my mom has been like trying to like sell them as scrap metal, because putting everything there in the storage room is just kind of it's getting depressing and a little bit of liability for my mom's like mental. So it's like, yeah, just, you know, and then just like it hurts, right? But mom in the end decided to like just sell them as scrap metal. It's fine, no one's gonna buy these anyway, so putting them there, it's not gonna help anything. So yeah, it's been almost more than a year, or maybe a year, close to a year, and then we've been trying to like clean up that storage space. It's a shit ton. And now that the metal has been like dealt with, it's time for those like rubber stuff. So last night I went home and then it's just like, yeah, let's throw away all the rubber stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. So it took me a while. I mean, we only like clean up just a little bit. There's still like a shit ton of things that we need to throw away, but it's a start. Right? So that's why I'm very mega tired. Last night I was I was today my body feels painful, right? Because I was carrying so many things. Well, maybe I'm just weak in general, but I don't know, right? Hi, Dragon Colony. So yeah, that's kind of what happened. Actually, that has been happening for the past 2 days. It's like whenever it's like Tuesday and Wednesday, after I finish my work, I would go home and try to like help mom as much as possible, you know, throwing out the spare parts, the leftovers, and then just, yeah. And once we clear out that space, we can use that space to make many more things, right? Like my sister always wanted to have like a in-house tutor for kids, right? Something like that, tuition, but in-house, something like that. Yeah, my sister has always been wanting to do that, and would be nice, right? Would be an extra income as well, would help a little bit. So if that space can be used for that, then it would be nice. It would be very, very nice. So yeah, we have been trying to like clean up that place for years now. Good progress, very slow though, to be honest, but everyone's working and shit. So yeah, it's going to be a more like physical work weeks, I would say, because for the scrap metal, we asked someone else to come here and like take all the metals out, so that would be a lot easier for us, right? So now that that's done, so now it's just like us trying to throw away the rubber and stuff. At least they're not too heavy, so yeah, it's just a lot of like walking back and forth. It's just a lot of driving back and forth, trying to throw them away. Yeah, it's been interesting, I would say. I've been feeling quite productive these days as well because of that. So yeah, that feels good. That feels nice. So, yeah. But still, hope you are doing good. Like this morning has been a little bit of a. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm happy. I'm so fucking happy actually, right? Because that that troublemaking sister of mine finally okay, look, the situation is like she went out, right? She never told any of us that she's going to travel to Sabah, right? She never told any of us. She's just been hanging out with her boyfriend that she swears to not have any in the future. Right? I mean, that one I don't really care anymore, right? Like, if she wants to have a boyfriend, well, whatever, right? That's her life. Just don't bring any trouble to our family. Hi, Becky. So last night she suddenly just goes out and be like, I'm out to Sabah, and then everyone was just like, oh. we were all just like, oh. We were happy beyond belief that she's away for a few days. we were trying so hard to hide our happiness, right? Because she's going out. Wait, I'm being spoiled. Oh my god. Hi, Evie. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. So, yeah. It's the first time I feel lighthearted when I wake up, right? I woke up and it's like, whoa, I don't need to look at her face. Oh my god. Like, I shit you not. Every morning when I wake up and I just looks at her face, it just brings down the entire mood. Same goes for everyone in the family. The way that she exudes her aura is just absolutely horrendous. So I think she's going to. Oh yeah, it's because it's holiday here, right? It's Hari Raya. It's like a Muslim. I'm not too sure if it's Muslim or Malay. I'm sorry, I didn't really look into that. But Hari Raya is like a big holiday here as well in Malaysia. So it's another week of holiday here. So yeah, because of the holiday, she's not working, so she's out traveling with her boyfriend in Sabah. That we don't care, so out she goes, right? I mean, if she goes out, hell yeah, we don't need to look at her face and shit. Feels good. Wow, like I don't think I ever smiled this much. So yeah, I think I'm on the happier side these days. Can hear a sign out right now, but I can poop and spoil it. I will. I still have this. I don't really have. I need a blush emo of my own. I only have this. Thank you, Evie. Right, so today I'm gonna try out some. Where's my controller? AT free challenge, right? AT Arkveld free challenge that we're gonna do today. So I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna try to do some like solo runs and see if I can do it. Apparently Narix already did it with A rank, so still OP as always. I'm not surprised. The dragon too strong. Are you surprised that the dragon is too strong? I don't think so. Dragon is always strong. Anyways, I'm gonna try out some solo runs and see if I'll get pissed or not. Yes. I found my controller. What? Okay, I found the cable, so good. My fastest timing while hiding behind the shield. Yeah, I mean you've always been like longsword on challenges, right? It's kind of surprising to hear you nailed that with gunlets. My fastest kill before with AT Arkveld is 28 minutes. That is concerning. But I haven't played Lazy to sweat on longsword? True. But I don't even know how to get like good damage with gunlands, so I might try out longsword today because lance is like my lance is like easy win but slow kill. Same goes for sword and shield. Switch axe dies, charge blade dies. Insect glaive haven't done that today. I haven't done that before. Bow, I could do bow but still slow. I haven't tried longsword. Great sword dies. Hammer. I haven't tried out hammer actually. I should try out hammer. Right, so yeah, and then I mean the plan is that I'm gonna try out some there's no new techniques actually. I'm just gonna like try to win. Promotion is looking into thing. Wait. Wait. Oh yeah, I'm small. I forgot to put myself back to... Is this right? I don't know if this is right. Oh my god, what's with... What the heck? Did they change the Twitch reward UI again, or am I dumb? They changed it again, didn't they? No, it looks weird here. Oh wait, that looks weird. No wonder. Okay. I only did multi-fire worms like full burst when he was down and had no weapon fire. Crit block, one hit slam, burst fire, and then wait for the next version. Oh, but then I only have 4 shells. Ooh, I should go a little bit to the right. 4 shells. Yeah, get cursed. 4 shells. Hell yeah, 4 shells. I'm here to piss people off with my shit ass build. my shit ass build to piss people off. And it's like, how do you win? How do you win fights? And I just bonk them and don't get hit. You bonk them and don't get hit, and it's all good, right? Easy, simple, don't get hit. Long gunners can play crit your stick longer. But oh, are you saying like normal shell don't crit? But white or long shells can crit? Is that why normal shells have like much more shells? The shell cannot crit? Steak can? Oh. Yeah. But like, how do you even get steak out quickly? Affinity focus for Gokashin is long. Oh. I don't know which one I'm using. Am I using wide? I don't know actually. I have no idea. Wow. Imagine me playing Monster Hunter for 8k hours and still don't know what I'm doing. So every time I open up wilds, this happens. I don't know why. Shell Fort sweepstake is fastest. Wow, only 3 move. Well, that sounds good. Oh my god, RD is back. I'm definitely not looking. I'm definitely not looking at Twitter right now. Heck, thank you. I know I'm playing with HDD. Shut up, game. gosh, I love RDE stuff. Here, let me just like share this one here on my Discord. Okay. No music? Now there's music. You do multi one stick full burst. Hit plus shell plus stick. And then there's 4 shells. Oh, yeah, the mods are so good. I cannot not play with. I need mods to play. I need mods. Mods good. Do I need frame gen? I guess I can try frame gen. Game crash. Game crash. I didn't change the file. Game crash. I was just trying to change. I just trying to get frame generation. Did we change the English version? I mean, the Japanese version is not bad, no? Ha! Oh my god, the program is not responding, you asshole! Why? Look! Stupid! Alright, okay. And ending program. Where's my mouse? I cannot see my mouse. There. Ending program. And it's mostly going to end normally? Yeah, it's still eating up memory and shit. End task. Alright, I need to find my farm mod real quick and then person 1. Some to wilds. Uh-oh, my Google is dying. Oh yeah, I'm using back to Google Chrome for now because I don't know why. I don't know why Water Fox is eating like 70% of my CPU every time I used it. So that's why my PC has been like exploding every time I open up the browser. Very weird. That's why I'm using back Google Chrome for now. Anyways. I kind of said how the file doesn't work on... Alright, manual download. I kind of said how it doesn't work on solo play. Oh my god, I'm not logged into Nexus mods. This is peak stream scuff. Wouldn't Chromium be worse? I don't know. Google Chrome seems to eat less of my CPU. A lot less than Water Fox anyway. Like I tried opening up like YouTube on both sides. And then it's like, doesn't work solo, but the previous video showed it work in solo. It doesn't work on my end. Maybe I messed up something? Open your game, enable this file folder into Monster Wilds, okay. How about Firefox? Never tried Firefox before. Someone told me that WaterFox is like very privacy secure, so that's why I really like that. Okay, this one, go here. Boom. Go back to Monster Wilds, boom. Drop it here? Or do I need to like... sound? I think it replaces them, I assume. If it doesn't replace, then I'll cry, okay? It doesn't replace GG. F03 Oh, ENJA, okay. So we remove this one. Thank goodness they're not hard to like look at. Okay. Alright. Close this thing. Open up. Maybe I should give Firefox a try. I heard Firefox has like the option to disable AI entirely in the settings menu, I think. That's only what I heard. I'm not too sure if it's like real or true or I don't know. Never used it on my own before. I forgot to eat my meds. Oh no. I looked at it, it's like, oh shit. Right here. Yeah, but Waterfox focuses more on security. That's why I used it. You're already running Firefox at that point, so Firefox is pretty much the same. Waterfox is pretty much the same as Firefox then, in terms of like performance. Because Waterfox eats my CPU like crazy. If that's the case, I can assume Firefox does the same thing. Try again. Oh my god, I cannot enable frame gen. I cannot enable frame gen. Okay, never again. Alright. We're just gonna suspend it quickly. There we go. Okay, one last thing I can check actually. Maybe I can enable frame gen in configs. Oh wait, I need to disable read only. Okay, config open with notepad. And maybe it's like frame generate. No? But oh, this one is DLSS. Yeah, it's still SSFG, experimental ray trace, FSR. True. Maybe it's FSR? No? Direction up? No. AMD? No AMD? Oh, I don't think I want to like search one by one. These are the graphic settings. Yeah, these are the CPU settings. Why is it only here? Why is it DLSS only? It would be different depending on how up to date the dev is. Oh, I thought they run like under the same engine per se. Engine sounds wild. Hi Peter. Hi Dragon. Ray tracing. No. Render configuration. Not these ones, right? These are the display mode. Yeah, I don't see it. It's okay. Okay. No frame gen then. Therefore have to update his version and push the update himself. So Water Fox and Firefox is like a basis of what? No, Waterfox. No, Firefox is a basis of what Waterfox is. Like Waterfox requires Firefox like base, but essentially they're a different developer working on Waterfox and Firefox. Well, what matters is that they use too much CPU. I think I'm just gonna like, I'll try out Firefox. I mean, dev or not, update or not, so long as they use too much CPU, I don't think I like that. Okay, there we go. Oh, maybe it doesn't work on online single player somehow? Would be my guess. It has to work in the online lobby, but if it's like offline, maybe the mod doesn't work? I could give it a try. I'll make a private lobby. I want to try hammering Arkveld. I feel like that could work. If I can constantly stun Arkveld, would be nice. Firefox makes the car, Firefox changes its transmission. So I guess I was kind of right on that knowledge. At least. Oh yeah, I should let the game play at 30 FPS. Because I'm streaming. Only one? Is it just me or is the game very soft? Alright, let's try hammer. Hammer. Here comes the big bong. My Xbox One X Live X SSX. Triple KO charge critical element. Crit boost? Do I need stun resistance? No. No. No, I don't need stun resistance. Yeah, I don't need that. We get Counter Strike. Fuck yeah. Counter Strike. So when we get knocked away, we'll get some damage after. Right, this is very damage build. The character name you wanted from Kirby was called Galactic Nova. Did I mention Kirby? I don't remember. Galactic Nova? I mean, I don't really know if... I don't think I know anything about Kirby. Oh shit. Last stream? That was the RV Diet stream, right? Crap, I don't even remember what led to that. I was? Oh shit. I'm actually dumb as heck. I don't even remember it. Shit. Well, thanks for the information. I'm sure that's gonna help a lot, even though I'm like kind of dumb. Oh yeah, I made the HUD bigger. How do I change? Like, I think it's automatic settings. There. Okay. You mentioned not knowing the name of the giant clock in Kirby game. Wow, I don't even remember I talked about Kirby at all. Shit. I mean, it doesn't help that I ate my medicine that day and not knowing that the medicine will cause me to feel drowsy. Is it just me or is the game like so soft? I think I know why. Audio mixer? Yeah. There we go. Okay. It's like, no way the game is this soft. Alright, now we can play the game. Alright, first try. We'll see how good we do. Cannot try one started, cannot capture. I know. Quest name is not great. Oh my god, I didn't even see the quest name. Okay, got some mixed potion then. The proud child of the wind, of the wilds. The proud child of the wilds. The proud child of the wild. Oh wait, quest name is great. Oh, I don't know how I read that. It's not great. Chip. Oh my god, hi Chip. You can do it. I'll try my best. I will do the get that fight after I try it once. Do remind me about that. I'm gonna go fight once first, and I'm gonna do get that fight. Yeah. Thank you, Chip. I want to bonk Arkveld. I'm not even that good. Why am I trying to bonk Arkveld? I don't know. Ooh. I'm probably gonna get pissy again on this stream. No, I'll try not to. I'll try not to. Let's go. 30 FPS goodness. Chicken tender. I heard the chicken tender. Bitch, what do you want? Leave us alone. That's time loss. Come on. I'm gonna bring in the Courage the Cowardly Dog, uncle. Stupid dog! Here comes the bonkage. I just can't do it. Fuck it. My good bonk. Yeah. Nope. the wrong way. That was quick. I'm trying. I'll take it. Go hammer, go hammer, go! Go hammer, go hammer, go! Oh shit! Ui, how is the not one? Oh! Oh my god, guts. Oh right, that's a guarantee stun. I didn't bring steadfast. Never been like I just pull a piece of concrete out of the ground by the rebar. Running Joe was the player base, Soy was the PS5 on the stick. And I call it Xbox One Series XSSXSS. I actually don't need that much. I think I saved the buff and I just have these. Here we go. I died way too quick. I think I do a little damage, but just I died too much. Alright, where's the dog? Different from Rice Boys, then when your armor offset through the stun, you can still get on stun. Well, actually it gets stun. Oh, I mean that move, if it gets hit, it's a guaranteed stun. That huge slam that is like dragon element. Yeah. No way. I'm not playing Generation Ultimate, what am I doing? I forgot about that. I shouldn't have rolled that one out. Are you awake? Oh, nice. Get him! Spin! This still hits. Whether it's hot drink. I cannot see. I'm blind. Not like this. No. I'm so blind by the fucking camera, man. The camera, move away, move away. Arkveld is too fat. I cannot see anything. You were stunned trash because your armor offset a bunch. That is true. You never seem okay to me since you got into unleash stay in the first zone. Well, my deaths doesn't seem okay though. I died too much. How many minutes was that? That was 9 minutes. 9 minutes, Brotan. AT Arkveld hard, okay. But I feel like this could be the best fight in the game. You're gonna go like, okay, have a good luck, Chip. I'll remember to get that time. What? How is there not a offset? Sorry. That was so risky. Oh. It's bad. Oh, they healed it. I didn't notice. Oh my god, I don't know how I survived that. I'm a terrible hammer main. I'm not real. That thing. Mine. Don't hit air. Oh yeah. Oh, survived. Hi, Cunning. This monster is familiar. Yeah, it's a wild. Is it a cover monster? I think Arkveld is the cover monster, right? Oh, it's only second. Okay. Bonk, bonk. Right? I'm sorry, Sticky. I hit the wrong thing. Oh, that's not a weak spot. Oi, oi. Inside. Wait. Okay. You. Don't grab me. Oh my god, that's cool as fuck. Mega stun. Love that move. That's a guarantee stun. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I'm bringing stat fast, fuck this. I'm bringing stat fast. I can't say this I have two, but it's hard. Huh? What?
Good girl, pat, 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 pat.
Oh my god. Offset also without stun. I guess it's fair, but still, I would much rather that it doesn't. But I'm not gonna say too much about it. That was fun as fuck though. It's like my second time using hammer against this thing. Oh my god, it's so fun. Grenade does make sense since you're actually gonna hit still. Yeah. Also same. ISSI scan was stunned dead. Yeah. Hammer is so fun though. Holy shit. Do we need medicine? That does mean we have to sacrifice one. Sacrifice one gobbler. I hate that though. It's a I have lived doing the swags parry, starting to pack and stun resist. Ah. Oh wait, Switch Axe has a parry. Oh my god, I should play Switch Axe? I forgot. Yo. Do I play Switch Axe? No. Let's play Hammer for a bit. Yeah, I forgot about Counter Morse. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Offset Rising is so hard to time because the startup is so long. But I love that move though. No. I mean, Lance is the win, but Lance is so slow. It always takes me about 28 to 30 minutes to kill AT Arc. Hunting Horn? Ooh, Hunting Horn is diabolical though. Ooh, Double? Never tried Double before. Should I try DP? I could try DP. Can I make a Goku DB? Small Brian hide behind shield slam explode her. Okay, not. I mean, if it works, it works. No, DP. Forge Artium. It needs dragon, right? So, do we do affinity all of them? Or only for what? Oh my god, I'm out of dragon stuff. No, what? Really? Did I make too many? I mean, I only make dragon because I love dragon, but still. What affinity it is, I don't know. Tilt Christy. Yeah, let's try Doublet. But I don't know if I can upgrade them now. If I do Affinity Focus, do I just play crit boost? I play crit element, crit boost. No, maybe not even crit element, just like boost crit damage. Hi, malicious magpie. That 25% is so tasty though. Oh my god. But then it does lower a lot of attack. So normally 273 becomes 259. I don't know how attack is counted. I mean, I'm not gonna know that much. Eternal Cusp. Okay. Where's the Eternal Cusp? Nice, okay. Attack. So I can re-roll them and get better options out of it, right? Attack boost, affinity boost. That's a lot of affinity boost. Wait, excuse me? How? 49%? Whoa. 49%. So, crit boost 40% at max. Critical jewel, rip sharpness. We just bring razor sharp. It's fine. We just bring razor sharp. Let's have a backup lens. Why not? I think we just need 1 point of crit, because 1 point of crit adds 28% damage. And then the rest just adds 3%. So we can have, if I can have like a jewel that has a crit as secondary, would be nice. Opener? Or opening shot, or crit element, crit stat. Nope. Razor sharp. I don't really have a good razor sharp jewel, or do I? Razor sharp Decan. Tekken Handicraft? Master's Touch seems like an easy include. What does Master's Touch do? Sure. No, this is Protective Polish. Oh, Mastery. 80% chance of no sharpness loss when active. Prevents your weapon from losing sharpness during crit? Ooh. Ooh. Well, you're right though. So if I bring this, I don't need to bring Razor Sharp anymore? I mean, it's 80%. It will still lose sharpness, but with Razor Sharp, I'm gonna stay at white. Even though white is that slow, like that tidbit of white is what I need, I guess. Oh, do I mean, I'm playing Downblade. I should have Dragon, right? I don't know how much that is, but that feels like a lot. And I have one critical boost here, so maybe they could help. One? I mean, it's 28% damage. This is so scuffed. I'm giving it a try. Let's see. I'm gonna... Let's change this one to evasion. Level 3 Adrenaline Rush? Yeah. Four Evasion, 3 Adrenaline Rush. I mean, I'm playing high risk, high reward here. I have to perfect dodge everything. Yeah, it's so easy. Come on. Alright, let's have a good eat. It's so easy. What do we eat? I do like ramen. 12,784. I mean, I have a lot of pick a meal voucher. I'm not eating this. This is sad. Caprice meal? Repeatedly activate a large temporary attack boost at random interval. Ooh, wait. Yeah. Suja. Hi, Akko. I would think. Actually, I didn't get that time. Chicken. Okay, let's get that thigh real quick. Let's get to the middle. Look at my rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken. Alright. Very fast. I'm just gonna get that thigh real quick. Brr. Okay, I'm back. Nice rotisserie chicken. Alright. Let's eat everything and then give it a try again. This is the most preparation I ever done. I don't want to sweat with longsword, it's so tough. Here we go.
Tylra, you are indeed a very cute and adorable Kobo, and in fact the bestest of good girls. You deserve many, many boobs and pat pats. Pat 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 boob.
Pat, 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 pat. Oop. Eevee is so heckin' nice, oh my god. Now don't shout at me, dog. Alright, thank you very much. Love you. That's the move. I didn't see that. I did see that times 2. Anyway. No, I'm with it. I broke it. He still hits. Oh, that was too early. Oh no, it's okay. I didn't bring steadfast, I lied. I didn't die. this so hard. Why is it so hard to aim for your wound? Thank you. What? Get him! Spin! Why is that spin? That spin suck. What is that? I thought it's a full body spin. It's a full body treatment, no? Wait, I forgot to bring. Okay, thank you very much. No! Don't do it! Alright, we get. I don't know why I tried to dodge that one. What? Alright, who said there's no guarantee stun? I'll ban it. I'll ban the works. Yeah, but I already got stunned once. And at a very short interval too. Next it should stun. Ooh, give me that. Oh yeah, finally. I got lucky. Wow, Double feels good against this guy. I mean, I feel extremely rusty with Dual Blade, but it seems to be working kind of well, I think. hide away. I didn't see that. Oh, the first hit went. Alright, we good. That was kind of scary. We got them. No, I'm hitting air. Come on, oh, it's already been killed. Run! Oh, we could. Oh yeah. No, I didn't dodge in time. I saw that too. No, that was bad on my part. Broadway surprisingly feels so good against this Arkveld. Oh my god. I don't know if it's like a blessing or a curse that I'm okay with most weapons, but I don't excel at one. I sometimes feel like it would be much easier if I can excel at one weapon, but no. I just wanted to play all weapons, huh? Greedy. So greedy. Hmm? Oh. I might be able to poke its butt. I didn't see that. I had a feeling. Okay. You absolute little bitch. You want to do this? Really? I'm on a free challenge because or else you're dead. Oh, that's on a prompt. I didn't see that. Thank you. Thank you, kitty. It doesn't feel good towards the end. Too many mistakes. Novakin. Welcome. I don't know if I'm on track. Oh, most likely not. Wow, of course, this Monster Hunter junkie. Wild. Cannot believe it. Why are you like, oh! Don't give me hope like this, kitty. Alright, there was a weak spot. Also, hi Jake. Guild run on Guild Wars 2 just ended. Wish to watch the Kobo. Ooh, I want to get into Guild Wars 2 at some point. Once I get that, and once I have the money to buy the Path of Fire expansion, then I'll get to maybe a little bit of Guild Wars 2 someday. Because I play a little bit of like the free version, I would say, of Guild Wars 2. It's kinda nice. What you do? Okay. No, you're trying to give me time loss. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Absolute bully. Come here. First hit whiffed, the second slam hit. Aha, you're blind, thank you. I recognized the wrong move. Alright, don't get frustrated, it's fine. Oi! Alright, I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not going to press L1 and see the time, okay? Aha! I'm like fishing. You guys don't know if I got A or not. Chances are low though, but... Wait, there's a Did I forget to carve the tail? Is it here something? Is it here somewhere? I mean, I don't really have time to carve. Where's the tail? I thought I saw the icon. Oh no, that's... Chicken, come here chicken, I need the tail. Chicken, go, 10 seconds. No! I can get the tail. I don't think I got A, to be honest. No way. How in the fuck? No way! First try using double? I'll take 8 seconds in, like... Nah, this is my first time using double and it worked, holy shit. I'll take it, I'll take it. No way! In my mind, this morning, I was like, okay, I'm probably gonna have to, like... I probably have to... like, stay here for more than 5 hours to get A, but no. Because for real, my statement about like me knowing most weapons but don't excel at one has always been so frustrating, because for the previous few free challenge runs, I always cannot get A because I feel like I'm so like half the bucket on all the weapons that I know. It's like, it's a little bit painful, but this time I'll take it. Yeah. Now we can try other weapons for funsies. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you, me. Can I bowling? I actually didn't think I can win using dual blade. I'm okay with dual blades, but better with sword and shield though. I'm nowhere near HR. Oh, I mean, I don't play this too much, but I do play this quite a bit. So it's like I use. See, the thing is, because in Monster Hunter World, I spend so much time. I just play different weapons every time. It's like, ooh, I feel like Lance. Ooh, I feel like Golden Lance. Ooh, I feel like Charge Blade. Ooh, I feel like Greatsword. You know, I don't really have like a fixated or like a fixed weapon that I play. I always play with whichever weapons I feel like playing. That's why the sort of half bucket on most weapons that I use thing came from. That was even Rise? Yeah, I mean, right? World Rise, you just kind of like, ooh, I like this weapon. Ooh, I feel like this one, you know? Do I try Hunting Horn? I'm gonna die so hard playing Hunting Horn here. I mean, how funny would it be if I can win against Arkveld with Hunting Horn? No, I cannot time hilt stab. What do you mean? I cannot just hilt stab on first move. It has to be the second one. Wait, unless I can I focus and then hilt stab? Because hilt stab requires you to tilt back and a button, right? 89, I think. Main hammer, so in Shaman play war in some years. Focus can? Yo, wait, Hunting Horn might be it though. Wait a minute, I didn't think about that. But Sword and Shield is really fun too. Ooh. And Greatsword is really fun too. Ooh. But I want to try Switch X first. Another one with no sharpness. Who needs sharpness anyway, right? Like, what? I don't care if the weapon is blunt. I just keep attacking. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, right? Can I have more ticket for ramen? I love the kitty in this game. 48. 48 minutes. More than enough. I don't want to drink Mega Demon Dragon Aura Skin. I have limited amount. I don't want to farm nourishing extract. Who needs that? I mean, I need it, but I don't want to farm it. I'm lazy. So that's why I've been just drinking just normal Demon Dragon Armor Skin. Nah, I don't need to drink Mega Demon Dragon. Look, I got A rank all of that. It's fine. Nourishing extract now just do barrel bowling 10 times 4 times 10. Is there a way to farm barrel bowling ticket? Because I've already used up all of them, right? I think. Let me check. Yeah, I only have 4. Daily, weekly? Oh no. Logging also can give? I think logging gives 1, no? They don't give that anymore? Support ship? Oh, I never thought about support ship. Oh, it's not here. Food. 10 tickets per time they show up. Oh my god, that's really good. Alright, I'll keep in mind then. I have 40. That's 46, right? I cannot really read that one. I had 48, 46, which is 2 minutes difference, it's fine. Alright, we try switch checks. I'm gonna try to see if I can beat my own record. I still can't believe I got A rank. I'm so bewildered, it's crazy. Oh my god. I think the most I struggled was surprisingly Oof Tuna. Oof Tuna, AT Oof Tuna gives me so much trouble. But I love Oof Tuna though. Problem? Flop. I love how the baby chicken is on the chicken's tail. Alright, how do you play switch X? You get X mode upgrade first, right? Oh, I already got it. Right there. Okay, not anymore. That was lucky. Alright, I'm doing it. Fuck it. Eat this. Best move in the game. I love that. You can hop out of the counter move / swing if you need to quickly chain another one before it even happens. Huh? What? So you can cancel the hit? I still have no buff, it's fine. Yeah, oh shit, okay. That's really good to know. Okay. I know there are some hits that I needed to like get it out, but most of the move I can, most of the move I need to like cancel it out. And that's probably gonna help a lot though. Either with, on TU3? Oh shit, I didn't even know. To be fair, I don't really check patch notes or anything. I just kind of play the game as it is. It doesn't really help, huh? Come here. Like that. What? What do you mean though? That was the first hit I got hit with. What? I'm the worst Switch X player ever. Oh no. Okay. CMS still without stun? Yeah, but that was the first hit of the entire fight? The first hit? That's wild. Wink wonk. I just reached there. That's my first hit getting hit after being dead. How is that fair? So they don't cleanse the stun build up even if I'm dead? It should? Well, clearly it shouldn't. Issue? Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna bitch about it because it's actually skill issue. You know, I could just chose to not get hit. It's so easy. I should cancel that one. Right, that's a hit. 鸡妈干什么鬼哦？你超憨的第一 hit 你让我stun你是搞什么鬼啊？你轻轻偏我一下我就中3了，没有理由的是不是？That was the wrong hit. too. Come here. Right, you can just do that. I can just do that immediately on wake up. I forgot! It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't do it like that. Oh hey, we should hide here. It feels like there's too many first hit stuns. I feel like if I'm dead, I should have cleansed it, but what do I know? No stun? I'm actually surprised. I live for that switch checks move. Don't ask. I tried to offset that one. Oh no. Oh my god. Funny joke. Did I just got a jam on that? I almost got it too. After we get yes, sir. Right, don't. What do you do? What would you do on that case? After that full burst? Is that a checkmate situation? I feel like that's it, right? I had E4, I had evasion 4. Then that's my playstyle, isn't it? Because I love to spam that move, and then it's just You just pray for it to flinch. Dodge. Yeah, but I did. I cannot dodge to the side. It's gonna hit to the side, so that's why I dodge forward. But there's a delay hitbox after. Ooh, wait, maybe I dodged the back. Because maybe if I dodge to the front, the second hit is kind of like another hit, right? That could count because of the janky hitbox or hurtbox. I don't know. Unless I only use full burst when they're down. Too dangerous otherwise. Ooh, that's very fair. I'm so greedy though. That's a really bad habit of mine. Like, I love cool shit and I just keep spamming them. Bad habit. Alright. What do we try next one? Do I try the one and only Gunlans? Charge blade? Charge blade? Charge blade is kind of fun, but I'm really bad at it, this one. Ooh, no, I want to play Sword and Shield for a bit. What's my build? Razor Sharp, Shield, Iron Wall. I don't want to die build. Let's go. I love it. Oh, there's no offensive card though. Do I need Razor Sharp for this? I feel like offensive card would be better for Sword and Shield. I'll give it a try. The mending metal is goated for this with the swags. Ooh, I should try out other metals now. I've been only using Rocksteady. We have Rocksteady, Mending, Adapt Mental, Adapt Mental, and Corrupt the Mental. This one is very new. Increases ability and weapon performance while equipped. Repeated attacks on monsters will further increase your attack power and affinity. So attacking with while abandoned and pray not die. It's so high risk. Sounds like very high reward. Maybe not. I'll not change it for now. Alright. Watch me drink this. I'm gonna take a quest after I'm done with my meal. In quote-unquote meal of Might Seed, Adamant Seed, Demon Drug, Armor Skin, Demon Powder, and Heart Shell Powder. Aha. It's a full course meal. Alright. Let's try Sword and Shield. I think my first win against Arch-Tempered Arkveld is Sword and Shield actually. It took me 41 minutes to kill. Bloodlust from Sunbreak. Dissimilar from Frenzy in this game. Oh, so it will recover. It didn't say recovering health. Doesn't Bloodlust recovers health if you hit them? Just minus that effect then, I guess. Additional damage, take plus ability but drains HP a bit. Yeah. I assume it doesn't lower your heal amount as well. When hit enough, it stops draining HP, gives a higher additional damage and take and more. Oh. Close enough. Get him! This power clash of the... What? I'll take it. Where's the link hits for some reason? Get him! Oh man, I should have just kept going. Or not. At least I got the perfect rush towards the end, man. We're in the story. Oh, right. I already read that. Can I steal? No, okay. Night cake. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good evening. Ooh. Right, they're jumping in more. Sword Shield feels pretty good. But I feel like the damage is on the slower side. I'm not doing like the most optimal stuff here, to be honest, but I'll still try my best. Did you sit behind? Not really. They healed it. Oh! I blocked the wrong way. It's fine. Nice, we take those. Being able to block really does make a huge difference here now. I feel like my game plan always relies on like perfect guard and shit. Having perfect guard always gives me the feeling of like I feel mega safe. Oh yeah. Oh my god, that's okay. Oh my god, I should have got hit there. Okay, maybe we should go. That's not dragon animal? I'm surprised the wyvern milk didn't react to that. Yeah. Sure, I have cut on the moon. The charge does a little bit step back and I got it. That was kind of funny actually. Oh, oh, I'm still, like, I don't think I'm on pace with A, definitely, but I feel very safe with... I feel very safe with Sword and Shield. Also, bird right outside of my window just chirping away. Kinda cute, actually. dunk, dum dum. Okay. Fight the bird? No! Yeah, already B, and it's only like just weakened. Wow, maybe dual blade is like pretty easy. I don't know. Well, people hate me if I say that. It's like, ooh, dual blade easy. Nah, I wouldn't say that. It's like pretty much all weapon has their own strengths and weaknesses, right? But maybe I wouldn't say dual blade is easy because I had to like perfect dodge everything so that I can get that damage in with my no build. Like after last week playing Monster Hunter with a bunch of my friends, they were all talking about like builds and stuff. Like, oh, I need one armor to build my build, and then we need some gems to build that build as well. It's like, I don't have that. I just play the game. I don't really have like a build in mind that I want to do. I just want to have cool armor. That's pretty much it. And fight cool fights as well. So like when Jameson, Sano, Narex talking about like builds and stuff, I was so bewildered. It's like, you have builds? To me, it's like a good build is where I don't die. That's it. Cut on the ball. Wait. Hiding. What would the big hit for Sword and Shield is? Spinning Reaper? Or in between Perfect Rush? I don't know. Are you not EP? Oh, you don't want the EP? Oh, there you go, you EP now. Maybe it's the first hit of Perfect Rush? I was trying to get the second last hit. Oh, speaking Reaper. Oh, okay. Either that or counter slash or falling bash. Ah. But counter slash and falling bash requires getting hit or in a specific situation. Yay. Oh, he nearly died. Wow, it's Celeste. Oh my god, hi Dragon, hi V. Get raided nerd, hey, yeah. Good to do a raid, yeah. Alright, we can watch chicken, we can listen to chicken tenders, it's fine. Welcome, how was Slay the Spire? It's Celeste Dragon, oh my god. I hope Slay the Spire was fun. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tilda. I'm a Kobo. The chicken tender. I listen to the music, by the way. Okay. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good, and I hope Slay the Spire with friends was fun. Do I need to eat all of this? Probably not. If you need any post-stream care, get some food, get some drink, get some rest. But definitely go do them. Very important. Thanks for the raid, Dragon. Ancient acorn. Chicken tender. With plenty of fries. After listening to that parody music, chicken tenders might be the best music in the game. Arguably. Chicken tenders. Ancient acorn. It's so good. Is the tail here? It's a tail, right? I want a sneaky hit. This might kill, actually. Okay, it doesn't. Hey! I just needed a few more hits! Easy. This is the Monster Hunter Wild 30 FPS goodness. Who needs FPS when I can just play at 30 FPS, huh? Wasn't there like a gemstone somewhere? I swear, Malaysian internet has been really... Oh, we're back. Okay, Malaysian internet has been really bad lately. I don't get it, but... Like, there's been a lot of drops, a lot of like a sudden internet down like that. Like this morning it happened for like 5 minutes about. Like all of our like data cannot be used. 4G doesn't work. Like Max's Cellcom DG all don't have line for like a solid 5 minutes. But lucky for us, we were eating, so that didn't bother us much because we were eating. but it has been like happening quite a lot lately. Like connection drops like that. It's kind of scary to be honest. Like I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure it doesn't happen on the other places, but it's just kind of weird. Alright, do I try to sweat with longsword? No, I feel stressed when I play longsword, but I haven't played longsword in months. I can try. Headsman Hamus. I feel like I need razor sharp for this, no? Enhancer? Evasion only affects foresight slash, no? I feel like evasion only affects foresight. It doesn't really affect ISS? No, it doesn't, I'm pretty sure. I want Mighty? Mighty on... Ooh, wait, Mighty on Longsword feels not bad. I'll take away evasion for now. Ambush? Foresight Crimson War only? Okay, okay. You... oh, Eevee's yipping too? Heck yeah. More active. I mean, 5% is 5%, right? I'll take it. I've been playing without without stun resistance. Very, very nice. Who needs stun resistance? Am I right? Wink, 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 wink. 3 minutes food time. Let's eat. Eat time. Eat. Eat. Tonkotsu ramen. I mean, I would eat ramen. Yeah. Let's eat 100% tonkotsu free ramen. Tonkotsu free meaning there's no chashu in there? That's kind of sad, no? Let's have classic tonkotsu. And, ooh, I think I might want to go toilet for a little bit actually. Like, coffee is acting up. I'll be right back. I had to learn the hard way about the earplug skill. Oh. Earplug can be useful, but for... It could be useful for the learning phase, right? And then once you learn the roar pattern, roar is very useful for counters and blockings and stuff, so then that's like afterwards. But yeah, earplugs are very useful. Heck yeah. I'm gonna go rest for a bit. Alright, we're gonna watch the rotisserie chicken again, so here. Come on, me, come on. Alright. You stay in the sun, I don't, and then you're gonna do infinite spin, okay? Because you're a rotisserie chicken. Alright. Alright. There's the rotisserie chicken. And then while we wait for it to cook, I'm just gonna go... I'll go on a small break real quick. I'll be right back. In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Yeah? rotisserie chicken. Yeah. Yeah. And Kobo's back is my rotisserie chicken done. Shimmer? I know. That's a very small break. Well, it's not as small because that took a little bit longer than I thought, to be honest. My bad. But I'm back though, I'm back. Nice. That's a well done rotisserie chicken. Right. Alright, how do I play longsword again? Foresight. Chop chop chop, right? There's foresight, chop chop, no die. Easy, no problem. Imagine trying to perfect counter on like 30 FPS. Easy. I already ate all the buff, right? Maybe? I actually don't know how to even look at that chart up there. Garlic, Hi Sala. I spy a green dragon. Uh-oh. So we did it on Dual Blade, killed on Sword and Shield too slow. Hammer died, Switch Axe died, the Lance killed too slow, and then now we're on Longsword? I mean, Dual Blade did it. I'm kind of surprised that I got an A rank out of that, but still. Right, here we go. Longsword is so sweaty though. Oh. Also hope Salo is doing good. Look at that. Look at that. Kobo trying to bite. Oh my god. I think a toy bite doesn't hurt, no? Also I heard I already listened to the chicken tenders. Chicken tenders. We plenty of fun. It squeaks? Yeah. It's the perfect bite. I think now I just kinda need the gems for it. I don't need the much tempered tickets anymore, I think. Maybe. I can't hear this song anymore. It's so good. It's like so perfect. It makes me like Omega Planets just a little bit more. I forgot. I'm just gonna do it anyway. I have Rocksteady. I have Rocksteady. Get him! Pray. I should have just like forced like that one. I'm red. Good luck. I haven't got to that fight yet. Yeah, it's all good. Take your time. You can experience this game nice and slow. stop that. Oh, I forgot it just... I can hunt Gok until I pass out. Ooh. I haven't hunted Gok in a while. I don't know if I can help. I'm pretty bad with Gok. I pressed the wrong button! Good luck with Gok hunt. Nothing's broken. I think my entire rib cage is broken and my brain is exploded, but I'm fine. So with longsword, yeah, longsword is like, to me personally, longsword feels like a weapon where when you know the monster's moveset, then you use longsword. That's why I feel like longsword is like the sweatiest weapon, because you really need to react to everything the monster is doing, and then like trying to counter what they're doing. That's why. I'm a big fan of longsword, but every time I play longsword, it's just kind of a sweat fest and very stressful. I mean, sure, I can play longsword like a dumb little Kobo. I don't know. It's hard to not be sweaty when playing longsword now, because you kind of need that sweat. I got debated. I want that. That was dumb. I don't know why I did that, but I did that anyway. I prayed. didn't do it. I think my longsword is still kind of there. That's on weak spot? I guess you're still reason. I prayed. I rolled the wrong one. Holy. Keep me ready. Thank you. Oh yeah, someone's not gonna attempt that? I don't know. The cooldown is every 3 times with a weak spot. Oh, okay, now that's fair actually. That's very fair. So that we don't spam it too much. That was very short. Holy, I got so lucky. Wee. Oh no! Unfortunate. Don't. I know I'm thirsty, but not like that. Aye! I think it's tired. Oh yeah! That was sexy. I love that. Red? Okay, red one. Lucky. I got so lucky. I think that was just sweet. I think Razor Sharp helps so much retaining the sharpness. I've been fighting it with only white sharpness. That feels really good. Where's the... I didn't realize how much Dimona longsword uses. Oh no. I pushed the wrong way. I should have thrown backwards. That was really bad. No, I hit the worst spot possible. Hi, me. Welcome. I don't think I've been close to the damage threshold. Like, I don't think I'm even close to getting B rank here. I'm surprised. I thought I'm doing good damage against this thing. Hope me is doing good. Indeed. Oh my god, I actually got red. I'm dead. Thanks, kitty. Love you more. Nothing I can do in good reason. I'm just interested in no build. I mean, I play every weapon with the same armor. It should be fine. And I got it with dual blade only. Yeah, dual blade A rank. How did it get the tail? Give me that. Yeah. I'm doing it. You keeping me hope? Tail! I don't care about the tail. Chase it down. Welcome back, Jameson. Speed slash 3 fucks me up a lot too. What happened? Oh, is it the stamina thing? So they changed something about they changed a little bit of longsword behavior. I might have missed some chat there. Oh, give me that. I read the wrong move. Yeah. I should take this chance to heal. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, let's get back. Yeah. Go, there's still a chance. That was a little too late. Yeah, that's too late. Yep, I can just step and try to force like that one. Smear tree moves with her around so it keeps it making so it takes long to execute. You can try this so the second part of it. Oh, yeah, I'm already B. I'm surprised. I thought I was doing a lot of damage to this thing. Alright, since I'm already B, we're gonna wait for it. It's almost here. It's almost there. I'm just gonna get chicken tender. Come ready to fry. Chicken tender. I'm already B, so I can get the chicken tenders. Maybe my longsword is just not there. I'm surprised how did my dual blade even do it? I guess dual blade's damage is really crazy then if that's the case. I want this and this. Shiny. Gem. Chicken tender. Come ready to fry. So if I use this now and kill Arkveld soon after, I don't need to eat it again for the next hunt, I feel like. I'm gonna still... It's probably gonna retain until the next hunt. That's like the shittiest first hit ever. Whoa! It's not aiming. No! Ooh, how lingering is that? Holy shit! That is the most lingering shit ever! It's okay, we had chicken tenders, it's fine.
きっとやり遂げられます。まずは準備と対策に努めましょう。
I think that's a win in my book. 22 minutes for A rank? Yeah, and I'm so surprised I did it with Doorblade a few runs back. With this set of armor, this is what I have. Let me get that Doorblade. I just made this on the spot, this one. So this is what I have. Really generous? No! It took me 40 minutes or 30 minutes to kill one. You're just too strong. Alright, let me try my 4-shell gun lens. It's time to make... it's time to make the dragon angry with 4 shells. But it's 4 shells, it's still shells, it's fine. See, I have load shells. See, I have load shells. It's fine. Yeah. So that's for I mean, it's not 3. It's not 3. What would be the best? I think counterattack would not be it, right? Maybe they try to do longsword against AT Arkveld. You get a glimpse into what I have to deal with normally. It's not bad. Longsword is great. It's pretty fun too, I kinda like it. This is what I mean by like AT Arkveld has like a fair amount of combos that you can react to and it's very telegraphed. That's why I feel like AT Arkveld, they nailed it with it. They nailed it with AT Arkveld, personally. I feel like. I should get refreshed. Oh, I have ambush. Oh. It just ISS is still losing HP because of multi-hitting shit. Should I get level 3 ambush? I mean, it's so stupid, but I kinda want to do it. There, okay. There's one attack that I haven't been able to ISS out of. And that's a follow-up to the big sweep attack. Big sweep? I feel like... Oh, is it the new AT big sweep? where Arkveld flies up, extends, and then do a spin. Oh. Big spin and then do the backflip into a dragon element burst forward. And then it's either 50-50 of if you're close enough, it would do a melee. If you're long enough, it would do a huge burst of milk. I don't... Okay, I'm not gonna eat it. I don't know how to look at the time on how long that is. Like, they don't have timer. I don't know. But I think the icons are still there, so it should be fine. Cheaters know that I need to heal unless I want to get killed by something else. Wow. Play lens. Play lens. I'm the anti problem solver. You propose a problem that is in longsword. Play lens. I am the evil bold. Let's try gunlens. I never really used gunlens to fight against AT Arkveld before. I don't know how this is gonna go. I just kind of want to see if I can have another weapon that gets A rank. I guess not. Dual Blade seems to be it. Yep. Cowboy friend noises. Yep. The long is 3 shells without load shells, right? And I have 4. I have 4, it's not that bad. Like, this is what I mean with like people has builds. Like, builds? Builds? What? I just have a weapon and welcome. You notice that I'm pressing a wrong button, right? That was so bad. What? Hell yeah, brother. You're gonna do it. Explosion. I'm dead. I'll do it again. Excuse me, that hurts. Stop it. Why is it attacking non-stop? What the fuck? Nope. Don't grab me! Oh, that's a block. Thank God. I'm being judged. Can stay online long enough to do it. I can't even do the timed event. Oh. Sub 151 with fire ticks. Don't worry, oh my god, I wasn't looking. I didn't do much of the timed event as well, to be honest. I forgot how to play. I can just do this, right? Hell yeah. Another one? Oh yeah. Yo, who's the fat ass that keep blocking the screen? Fuck you! The delay hit got me. Inputting the standard reload has block frames at the start. Yeah, I just remembered, so I did that a few times. I gave it a try tomorrow if something crops up, but I'm meant to try tonight. Hey, I think this one just showed up. And I just kind of decided to do it because I don't feel like doing anything else today. So here I am. Go chicken, go chicken, go. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sure Jameson can do it pretty easily. I've seen how Jameson play. OP as well. Ambush? Yes, sir. Give it. I want it. Yeah. I got 164. How did I get that? I forgot I'm not using lens. my instinct is to do charge attack with like the charging in attack with lens, and then my character's like, what are you trying to do? Whoa. I want that. No, I got it though. I didn't see that. I hate that milk. I'll take that one hit. And I can do the refresh when I can get a leaderboard time. That's a real metric in the strongest against you. Mainly because fuck, I thought I was so much just to like pick up my hand. I mean, look at me. I thought Arkveld quite a lot as well. I feel like that's putting a lot of stress on you. I mean, more or less, I feel like the top of leaderboards is kind of like I mean, I'm not gonna throw shade too much, but I feel like the top players on the top players on the leaderboard, like top 5, top 10 even. I'm sorry to say, but the time sometimes just looks like they're just straight up cheating. I'm not gonna say my own performance, like I don't have like a specific build, I don't really have like a mindset, like how should I build my own like damage or stuff like that. I don't do that, right? To me it's just like I want to have a cool armor set, that's pretty much it, that's how I play the game. So if I see times like less than 5 minutes, chances are high that they're just like straight up cheating. 8 minutes onward, I feel like it's like possible with a very specific build. I've seen it done. see anything. Another one. Ooh. After this, and then 2 button. Ooh! Usually reset line just played perfectly in the heroic side because try to risk a reset point to the chip damage. Yeah, I tried playing heroics with lens, it just doesn't work. I just like die to chip. Oh, this still hits. Anyway. Just used up all of my stamina to like hop my way to victory. There you go. I'm so confused. Kitty! No, Kitty, no! Kitty! This game's heroic lens uses charge counter spamming, cause lens definitely an iframe counter. Charge counter? Retribution Trust? Ah, I never used that move before, holy shit. Oh, yikey beaky. Wait, that damage is not bad though, the charge shelling? There was like 200 something on that charge. Huh? Holy... That is mega painful. Wait, what? Should I just be using that instead only? I mean, it takes quite a bit to charge, but still. I get a little bit. Yeah. The moment when my normal shells do more than your charge shells. See, this is what I mean by I have no build. I just sort of play the game as it is. Like I don't really have a specific build for anything. I just kinda like have an armor and that's pretty much it. My build, or like build with the biggest quotation mark, is I don't die. That's good enough. That's my way of playing it. Easy. Personal fun. I'll take it. I'm not really sure about the numbers you're supposed to see with a long lens. Normal shenanigans should be less than 50% at lowest, peak with mid 70s with all conditions. White would be 80 for the capability of doing almost 170% when charged. I don't even know anything like that. I just, if I have a boom, that's good enough. To me, if I have a weapon, I'm good. I can poke them to death? Hell yeah. Right? I just need to boom them to death. Easy, easy. It's a second hit of this, right? This one? Is it sweep? I think sweep does like shit damage. Armor plate. I'm gonna get so much Arkveld stuff. Ooh, carabiner.
どんな風に育ったのでしょう。
Chicken. Chicken. I think I still have the radio menu on chicken backflip, I think. Yeah. Hell yeah, chicken backflip. Wee. Chicken backflip. It's so good. Best emote in the game. Wee. Over at Smash 57 raw 2 element. Sweep is 40 raw 1.5 element. Oh, so my gut, my feeling was right. It was not even gut. Close to A. I'm surprised. Sweep was a lot stronger in Warren Rice. Yeah, I saw. I noticed, right? And then, yeah. I realized that because it's like the third hit, it should be stronger, but I'm surprised in this game it's a lot weaker. Yeah. I keep noticing that the sweep number is way lower than this overhead smash. It's like, huh? I don't get it. Do I try to curse the bow? To curse the bow. I'm so gonna die with bow. Hell yeah, we try everything. We need the evasion again. I believe this is good. Give me things. It's time to eat. I don't want to eat. Like, I have 23 tickets. I don't want to eat this. The game keeps giving me this. That's a bad meal. Time to eat meat. I should go get lunch before I end up working. Eat! Eat food! Eat food! This happens when people can defeat dragon food. But I thought dragon is supposed to be the one that feeds Kobo. Because I'm a pet. Wink wonk. Kobo's a pet. Don't worry about it. Alright, this is... I have like zero chance to win against AT Arkveld with my shit bow skills. I don't think I can win. No. I'm gonna try. Consider having an item set for free meal speed eating plus item prolonger just to buff in camp. Oh, I didn't think about that actually. That's pretty nice. Switch buff, switch, yeah. I'll do it next time. I already buffed. You have a voucher. Tail. Tail. Chicken. Chicken. Wait, this is the perfect rotisserie chicken angle. Rotisserie chicken. Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna have good food after. Oh, holy shit. I need that buff. Give buff. We're giving our support by doing a rotisserie chicken. I got buff. Alright, time to fight. Hell yeah. Let's go rotisserie chicken. This is going to be catastrophic, but hey, I'm ready to give it a try. You never know what's gonna happen. I mean, I might do it. I'm just... I might do it, what a joke. What, here we go. I'm actually like, I love bow, but god, bow is so hard to play. It's the only ranged weapon of choice that I want to play. Chicken tender. Chicken tender. I'm ready to fry. Must have honey. Give me a butt. I still got hit by the rest of it. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. I don't think I have enough time to sheath and Superman dive? Yeah, no. That was like the only choice that I have. I cannot I don't think I can dodge forward because I'm probably gonna get hit by all of them. I tried to dodge sideways, but I didn't mean to dodge also like back a little bit. Oh, the buff are gone. Oh my god, I'm wasting time here. I don't think I need to drink these two. Okay. Chicken tender, come ready to fry. Alright, let's go. I upgraded my preparation. I have powders now. I use powders now. It's not just seed and demon drug only. I learned. A little bit. A little bit. Oh wait, that's charging. I think that's really good. No? I'm so squishy, it's crazy. Be doing the dragon piercer at all. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why I did that. I thought it was a white one. Survived. I still got hit then. Oh my god, my bad habit. My bad habit. Now I can do it. Should've just dodged him. Activated. Oh no! I didn't believe! I didn't believe! I didn't play enough Parappa Tarappa. I didn't believe if I were to do like the basic like full charge thing, it should be fine. Nine minutes, died 2 times. Holy shit. Hey, AT Arkveld is hard, okay? Arkveld is like, I don't even need to switch, I don't even need to change places. I can just beat the shit out of you right here. 9 minutes, haven't changed places yet. Oh, there we go. Look at this goat. Only been 3 times. Ooh. I don't know why it's dodged that way actually. Very lame. Cannot do too much. I got greedy. Yo-yo. Oh, they recovered that fast with that one. So hard. Bow is like the hardest weapon that I ever used. Am I doing good damage with bow? I have zero clue actually. I feel like my bow damage is weak. Oh, were you attacking? I thought you didn't even see me. That was gonna be. I want that. Wait, let me heal up, let me heal up. I should just eat a well-done steak here. Okay. Oh no! I didn't even dodge in time! Last chance. Shit! That was kind of scary though. Yeah, my damage is far from good with bow. I just kind of like how bow feels though. Ooh, color. I think it's slow now, I can just do this. That was weird. Are you almost done? No way, right? That was kind of a weird timing of running away, question mark? Don't do Dragon Piercer. Another one? My bad habit is coming back. No weak spot? Yeah. No Dragon Piercer. No Dragon Piercer. I need to keep telling myself, don't do that. It's bad. It's very bad when Arthur is like mega angry like this. I panicked. I don't know why. I feel this is the most locked in I ever been. I was too late on that. Oh, that was really bad. Really? Yeah. It's, I guess the damage that I've been doing is just kind of like a very average amount of damage that I've been doing. Because like most weapons that I do, it's always around 22-23 minutes and it's already like, oh, monster's getting weak. This is what I mean by like, I'm very average at weapons. At most weapons, I'm just like average. Can you not aim at it? Did I do that? That was a bad timing. Oh, guts. Here, kept my weapon drawn. Oh no! Oh, I couldn't react to that. Well, still have one chance. Everything was going so well until that one point that I don't have my weapon drawn and I don't have that absolute amazing dodge that the bow has. Bow is kind of fun though. I'm kind of surprised that I can survive that long with Arkveld. So I think personally that's a win in my book. Today is like I'm just kind of experimenting like what weapon I use the best. Apparently it's not longsword, it's dual blade. I think I can do okay with bow. It's also because I play bow kind of like how I play dual blade. I mean, they're close, right? They rely on perfect dodges. Oh. That's fine. Ooh, you didn't topple because of that? I got robbed. Hey! Holy! That's not too bad. I did it with bow. Holy shit! No way! Alright, I'll take it, I'll take it. I thought it's gonna be like a catastrophic death 3 times or 4 times. Hey! And I got the gem too. The game knows. The game is like, holy shit, I've never seen you use bow like this before. Holy shit, crazy. Here, a gem for you. Chicken. This game has the perfect chicken. Yeah, 27 minutes though, but it's... I mean, it's bow. It's bow. Wow, shit. I did not think that I can do that much damage with bow. Ooh, Divine Blessing? The I don't want to die build? Oh. Offensive guard. The special ammo boost. Increase the power of bow gun, special ammo, bows, dragon piercer, 1,000 dragons, and tracer. Oh! Oh, wait, wow! Are there any, like, skill that improves, like... Yeah, weren't there skills that improve spread shots and rapid shots? Is it still here? I mean, they're not, like... They don't do, like, rapid shots and spread shots anymore. I don't think they're there anymore? Probably. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh my god, it's been like 4 hours and I just realized I haven't done it. I wanna do a private lobby, hunt a friend search. Okay, now I'm online mode. So I don't know if the mod's gonna work because the mod has not been working. Charge blade. I just don't believe in my insect glaive at all. I mean, insect glaive has a offset attack, but it's so bad. Like, there's no immediate. There's not really like an immediate defensive options that insect glaive has, unless something changed. The offset timing is so off for insect glaive. If they change the offset to be a little bit easier for insect glaive, I would play the weapon actually. Just for that move, yeah. That cool, really cool looking spinny dippy move, right? That was really good. And of course, the the helicopter, also really fun. I'll give it a try. Enhancer, crit element, dragon, razor sharp. What would be the best skill for... The best skill for... Insect glaive? Flight? No, I don't know actually. I mean, I don't use as much insect glaive to know about these things. Focus? I mean, focus might be good because I'm using the charge attack a lot. And it's fun to use as well. I should try using focus. Hindi. Oh, maybe I need jumping here to get out of the way as fast as possible. So jumping 1 refresh maybe? Better than nothing. Because I feel like insect glaive requires a lot of stamina, I feel like. Oh. 42 minutes. I think the buffs are still there. Loadout. This is Mega Bleed. Yeah, Mega Bleed. Register loadout. And then I need a... So do I just slot all like free meal, item prolonger, any armor that gives that actually? We start from the top. Speed eating. I probably want item prolonger. Item prolonger, speed eating. Hey, this is perfect. In white range. Oh, Chatacabra, huh? Speed eating, item prolonger. Level 3. I just need free meal. Ooh, I mean, I think I have satiated gem. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 should be enough. Okay, I just bring Chatacabra armor.
見ててよ。見ててよ。
This is cooler.
見ててよ。
Similar.
見ててよ。
Okay, so we're just gonna wear that armor, bring, and then slot 3 free meal. So Chatacabra. Where's Chatacabra? Oh, there it is. This one. Okay, there we go. Speed eating, item prolonger. I just need free meal. So, satiated? I have 2? There should be more. Yeah. Okay, speed eating and prolonged free meal. That should be it. Okay, let me just... And then rename... Eat! Okay. So we use the eat for this. And then we go prepare. Oh yeah, white range. That helps my kitty as well. And then we do this. And then we change equipment to Mega Bleep. Okay. It's a little bit of a preparation, but I guess it does help in the long run. Now this insect glyph run, I feel like it's a I feel like it's just terrible because I can check how much insect glyph I play, right? It should be less than 20. Or maybe even less than 10. And guild card, right? Guild card. Hunter profile? Insect Glaive 18 and 4. Wow, wait, I played more than 20? All non-arena quest. Oh. My least played weapon is Charge Blade. Not surprised. Not surprised. My most played weapon is Hunting Horn? Fair enough, I guess. I mean, there was a time where I'm just I'm just kind of like, yeah, Hunting Horn, fun, and I just like do my way to victory. But I don't know. I like the do. And then at some point, I think at first when I played the game, it's like, ooh, Gunlance is just way too strong. It still kinda is, I guess. I'm certainly a better hunter than I am. I can't even make it too when he gets bigger. Oh, I mean, I'm just kind of like I just like my way of playing Monster Hunter is just learn the monster's behavior and try to counter them. And I guess that kind of works. Alright, it can be frustrating at times where it's like, fuck, shit, I cannot like do everything right. It's like, ooh. Alright, let's try Insect Glaive. Oh my god. why am I doing Insect Glaive? What is this? I want to play Insect Glaive, but I need to... Is there a way to know what offset... What is the offset timing on Insect Glaive? I just cannot get it. If I can get the timing on the Insect Glaive offset, then it's gonna be real nice, I feel like. Let's go. I think Salo is a strong hunter as well. Heck yeah.
Reminder that Kobo is a good girl and is very fun. Get pet. Pet.
I'm getting pet, oh my god. I don't get shouted by the Jogo again. 41 minutes. Should be fine, should be fine. Okay. I still miss the time where I play Monster Hunter World when you can just bring you can just bring free meal level 3 and bring max potion, because the trigger for free meal was 70%, I think. Oh yeah, oh my god. Where's your one? Oh, your one's your chain. Okay. Is it just me or is Insect Glaive has absolute horrendous fucking... No way! You have the worst roll in the game? Is it the first hit? Let me try. First hit is a bit of a delay to it. What is the roll? Fuck, Insect Glaive is so shit. Okay, I need to know what the offset is. I need to know the offset. I just need to know the offset. I just need to know the offset. Alright, here we go. It has It has to be the first hit. It has to be. Insect Cliff could have been something cool as fuck. But then the game says you have to play Street Fighter now to play Insect Cliff. And then as a controller player, I'm just like, oh no. Insect Cliff went from shit to ass. It's actually so bad. What? Watch this. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Ow. Okay, how am I supposed to... You... Anger. It is the first hit. Don't offset that one. I'm stupid. No, I'm dead. Step. Okay. I'm stupid. Hey, that's a cool move, right? Oh yeah, that's so cool! If only I can use that more! Wow! If only. Oh, I didn't see that. Hiya. Where's the 2? Okay. You cannot charge while in the animation? That insect is so cursed actually. Can make it. I need 2. Your hind leg is so hidden, Brotan. Yeah. If I can win against this, it's a miracle. That worked out. It. There is there's close to 0 chance that I can win against this thing. Oh my god, it is extremely difficult to play Insect Glaive. We're aiming? Oh shit. Nice Guardian Reckless. Did you just run away again? Interesting sequence. Like, I want to get good at Insect Glaive, but it's just... It feels like impossible to get good with Insect Glaive. It's crazy. I have to use tracks for this. Whiffed. How did that even happen? Ow. As an Insect Glaive, how do you deal with that string then? Because there's literally like no... The roll is bad. There's no defensive option out of anything. I would not know how to deal with that string, honestly. I'm already close to using fighting game terms for this shit already. This is so cursed. Ooh, you almost hit that part. Hi, Solar. Timing's kind of tight, but it's... I can grab it. I can grab the timing. Or not. I'm dead! Oh my god, I'm not dead. I see a tasty Kobo. Oh. No, I need to get in. Oh, Sona is doing it. I wrote though. Even the sea sponge can see that one coming. I didn't roll. Insect Life is like, ugh. It's not made for controller. It's all I'm gonna say. The things that they give to Insect Life is cool as fuck. It's just not made for controllers. It is so painful. Like, even Bo plays so much better than fucking Insect Glaive, holy shit. Yet the Mensa update soon? Oh, when is it dropping? I might check out the game again. Ooh. Literally nothing I can do when I'm charging the hit. It is... my heart is so tired playing this weapon. Does actually not have an actual insect anymore? Yeah, you still have it. You have to mark it, but I cannot hit... I can't even hit the mark. My god, actual pain playing this weapon. Don't mind if I do. You taking shit, kitty? Oh my god. What are you doing? Why are you taking shit? Don't mind if I do. I like World IG. World IG is like that perfect, right? The perfect feeling. It's not too much. It's just right. This one, it feels like they're trying to expand us. They're trying to expand something that it doesn't belong. I mean, sure, having an offset is cool, but you gave them the shittiest offset timing. Like, that is just diabolical. Like, Britannia, you could have done better than that. The charging insect is good, right? And getting two essences at once is really good. Maybe don't add the charge attack bit, right? The charge attack is cool, but make it like an ender or something. It becomes like I need a charge fest to do damage. There's too many situations where I've been left vulnerable too long. There's so many things missing with Insect Play. Oh my god. Right. Remember seeing the first time using IG the Dive Bomb B52? Dive Bomb B52? What's that? Dive Bomb Beetlejuice? On World? In World? What if instead of finding a befriended monster? That is like the thing that I've been talking for always when I play this game. Let me fucking smoosh the monsters, right? God, like there's a chicken tenders. There's like a game. There's a visual novel that is out there, right? That is like a dating game, right? I appreciate that, but it's so bara. It's just not my thing. It's just so not my thing. So it's like unfortunate, but it is what it is. Chicken tenders, get ready to fry. Insect life is just not it. It's just not. Like I always give this weapon so many chances, but every time I play this weapon, it's just pain. It's just pain every single time. The charging insect is good. They remove so many of the red special attacks. It's so bad. And the normal grounded combo becomes so slow that I have to rely on the charged attacks. It's like, God, it's so painful playing Insect Grave. It's so painful. Like, I'm not good at Charge Blade because Charge Blade is just generally hard to play. Insect Grave is just, it went from like a very entry level weapon to now like, what the fuck is this, right? To controller unfriendly at this point. It's like, It's so sad. It's such a cool weapon. Bring back fucking Tonfa, man. Like, it's so much easier to play. I actually don't even know. Butthole? I actually don't even know what they're like singing. It's very fucking cool though, but I don't know what they're singing. Back tomorrow? A chicken tender. If you befriend me, you can suplex and it won't be allowed to get mad. I mean, I guess. Is it even mad though? I guess it is kind of mad. One big wonder. Bum chicken. Ancient acorn. Alright, let's try Great Sword. I guess I'll go for the last hunt. I think that's a good amount of Monster Hunter for a day. Alright, let's try Great Sword last hunt. Well, at least I got A rank, so it's all good. It's time to eat. No, I want to eat the ramen. Attack. Ramen. I crave ramen now. Omatase. Eating with my neck. Psycho Ichiran. Nice. Alright, we prepared, we buffed with item prolonger and everything. I think Great Sword would be a little bit an easier one. And a mouthful of mochi that was nearly dangerous. What was the ramen called? Tonkotsu? See you eating with your neck. It's fine, it's fine. I consume with my neck. I look with my neck. Tonkotsu ramen. It's like a pork slice ramen. Tonkotsu is something pork. I'm not too sure. I love consuming with my neck. Consume. There's a chain in Japan where the bar has dividers like that. It has to be Ichiran then, right? I mean, they have a collaboration with Ichiran. Ichiran Ramen. It's said to be very mid. Uh-oh. Them's fighting words. No, what if they're like Ichiran lovers out there? It's like, what? How could you say it's mid? Actually, I never eat that at all, so I have no idea. I can't say. I just love ramen in general. It's great. Ramen's great. That was a very delayed one. Should have delayed it a little bit longer. Was he not blocking? I don't know if the damage is good, to be honest. But like you can order and eat without looking at anyone. That's peak. That isn't that peak? I feel like that's pretty peak. Uh-oh. Ah, unfortunate timing to get stunned like that. I did eat an offset attack there.
セクレットポーチに追加の支給品がありますよ。
Sometimes I do feel like it would be nice to go to a place and have my own meal without looking at anyone. I mean, sure, house, like, in home is like a good place like that. But it's also like, I don't cook that good. Every time I get to do that, it's only instant noodles. And I'm just like staying at home looking at the monitor screen while I eat. So I feel like having a place having a place where I can eat without having to look at anyone is kind of peak, honestly. Who beats? What? What? Where's my orb shit? I got utterly rot. What was that? There we go. That's an offset. I don't want to do TCS here. It's too risky. I'm bound to get grabbed now. I'm already charging my offset hit. That's the only move that I'm afraid of. There we go, thank you. Ow. I want that blue. No. I'm getting body blocked. It's okay, I can leave that blue for later. Okay. I did it? Thank you? Fuck you? Oh no, this is bad. I broke the blue, and then there's the thing that's just constantly roaring. Oh, that's beautiful. You roar again, I'll fucking quit the game right now. The amount of times this fucking Rakdos is trying to kill me is insane. Oh, the bitch is running away. I don't care about A rank anymore, I want to kill that bitch. No, we're chasing that guy down. Fuck A rank, this is personal. The amount of times I'm getting roared is absolutely insane, what can I say? Everyone just wants to get killed in this map, this run. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, look at that cool dog. Ah, you motherfucker! I'll kill you. Yeah, do your big move. I never really fought you as much before, but I'm killing you right here, right now, you bitch. Shit's personal now. Didn't know even get killed that badly. Get absolutely fucked. I'm not gonna carve you. Disgusting. Shit's personal, man. Like, I broke blue, roll twice. I broke blue, roll twice, rolled it, went down. Alright, that's fine, that's actually good. It's fucking when I was trying to like hit Arkveld, it keeps like bullying me out of nowhere. It's like, nah, I'm done. I don't care about A rank anymore. That shit I just want to kill. I just want to kill that red boss. No, I'm not taking that shit. I'm angry. An angry bull. I'm an angry bull. So I kill Rata. Well, Rata was not Rata. We love Rata. Done that. Oh my god, I survived. Didn't my kitty taunt you? Oh my god. Oh my god, didn't my kitty Tony? Ow. Alright, my kitty did. But this is fun. Getting hit by everything here. Another one. Okay, they're just going away. Oh no, I didn't see that. Too much explosion particles. I did it again. The timing is insane. Ugh. After that Rathalos thing, shenanigans, everything is just going downhill. It's all good, man. I mean, I destroyed Rathalos towards the end. Sure, it took like 20k, 30k damage from Arkveld, and I just killed it. I'll take it. I got lucky. This is fun. Oh yeah. Oh no. I got so lucky. That's crazy. What? To deal consistent damage with great sword, no? Oh, the hit's nice. Damn. Oh, with the late hit. Oh, the whip was crazy. Oh, another whip. Oh, they whipped. Oh, I'm dead. Can I roll this? I wanted to roll sideways. We take 400, I guess. I guess I have to stay neutral when I try to block twice in a row with Greatsword. I think that has always been the problem. I keep holding forward when I try to block the second time. And I think holding forward is another move that Greatsword has, so that's why I cannot block 2 times in a row. That has to be it. Because that has been my problem since the start of Greatsword in Wilds. I think that's like my own execution error there. There we go, okay. So I have to hold neutral. Or hold neutral, just stay neutral when I try to block the second time. Huh? Oh right, offset. That's fine. Hey. Nope. That's the first time I use a flash, heck yeah. Well, not my own flash anyway. I'm learning, I know how to use endemic lives and shit. What? Did it hit behind? Oh. It must have hit behind. Also, no fa. It doesn't work alone. It doesn't work. I want to hear the fire. Fire. Alright. Great Sword might be the slowest one yet. I mean, it doesn't help that Rathalos and Fogger Engine is trying to like sabotage the run, but that's besides the point. It's more like a skill issue, this one is. I wasn't really playing well with Great Sword, so yeah. It was really good at first, I feel like. And then after that Rathalos shenanigans, and then everything just went downhill from there. I'm trying to sneak attack! I got this 30 ball out of it! Well, good start, what can I say? Good start. Was the aim that was aimed at me? I didn't even notice. Oh no! I thought the walking is enough. No! I cannot believe it. I thought just walking to the side is enough speed because I feel like if I roll. Oh, I should have rolled down back. Oh, right. Because if I roll straight side, it's just gonna hit me the other way. But if I roll in the angle, I'm not gonna get it. Oh, my critical thinking is not there anymore. Hiya. That was close. But hey, I killed the Rathalos really quickly, so I'll take that as a win. You know, I think that's enough Monster Hunter for a day. Right, I've been hunting for like 5.5 hours. Yeah, about. I think I can transcend all of my armor now. Should be able to. This is like a win-win situation here. Oh, I need Hunter Symbol Tray. I mean, I already got enough certificate and Arkveld gems, so yeah, should be easy. Yeah, I didn't upgrade my armor. I don't think I need to upgrade my armor, it's fine. That was fun. Surprised I got A rank out of Dual Blade, so I'll take that. I know I said that like 10,000 times already, but still. Alright, but still. I didn't think Dual Blade would do that crazy damage, to be honest. So I'll take it. Oh yeah, support ship. There's just no support ship anymore. Zosia? Tempered Jinda. A royal request? I'm not doing like all of these. I'm not doing the optional quests at all. I'm just hunting. I'm just hunting. What the heck? What happened? What happened? What the heck? Heck and heck. My Christ ranked 1 star higher. High rank construct monsters. Zeus stream when I wasn't available? What? Zeus is streaming now?
いつでもどうぞ。
I'll help you bonk Zeus. Okay. Nice hunt today, nice hunt. No angry Kobo, surprisingly. I thought if I mean, I didn't need to try hard, so I wasn't angry at all. That's good, right? Usually when I'm angry, it's pretty much when I was trying hard, so only slightly angry Kobo with IG, yeah. But that one I think is more frustration, close to being anger, yeah. It's pretty much just slightly angry Kobo. But IG sucks. Insect Life sucks. It's not for controller. I couldn't dodge when I'm holding O. Like when I'm holding O, I have to press X to dodge. It's like, hiya, what? So if I'm charging, essentially I'm just dead because I cannot roll, I cannot dodge, and the defensive capabilities for Insect Life is just lackluster. It's non-existent. That one charge move provides a offset that doesn't lead to anything. It's so lackluster. It's almost as if no one plays Insect Glaive. Crazy. So they don't care about the weapon at all. Right? That has to be it. And sweet Kobo better tasting. You can only put me in your mouth. No eating Kobo. I think it's here. I remember. Thank you. I stole your things. Smooch. Here, as a... Here, let me do... rotisserie chicken. Alright. Rotisserie chicken for you. How am I supposed to get it like all the way down there? I think this one the game wants us to know about the aerodynamics of barrels. But no, I don't know anything about aerodynamics. See, they just get stuck there. There's no aerodynamic with barrels. I'm getting hungry. Are you guys getting ready for Sting? The diva's voice of prayer resounds. Oh, so when I get it here, the diva's gonna sing soon. Chicken. Alright, I'll call it a day. I'm getting a little bit hungry here as well, so... Today is more than like just I do whatever I want kind of thing. I feel... Oh, here. there's something I want to talk about for a little bit actually. I forgot to mention, since it's Raya here, right? Since it's Hari Raya here, and there's going to be a week, well, more like 4 to 5 days of holiday here. And since my sister won't be my good sister, the best sister, like she will not be working on Sunday and Monday. I think I probably won't stream on those 2 days. I just kind of want to hang out with her, but I don't know. I still haven't decided yet, so I'm not too sure. For now, though, I'll say that I'll probably not stream on those 2 days. But if I do stream, I'll just like take it back, you know. Precious? Well, I'm not precious. I'm angry. I would say angry bold. Wait, I should drink. Ooh, Mama Dragon. Hi, Mama Dragon. I love this music. Epic starting soon? Wait, no, mod view. Work just finished. Freedom? Heck yeah. We love freedom. Oh, it starts in 3 minutes? Okay. Yukumo Bath. Ooh, and Johnny streaming. Looking at Johnny play Path of Exile makes me kind of want to play Path of Exile as well, but it's just that there's just no dragons there, but the builds and stuff makes me feel very... I kind of feel very interested in playing Path of Exile. Any Path of Exile veteran in the chat? Because I feel like I don't know. I like the itch. The itch is getting the itch is getting back again. The itch of wanting to play something like just turns off brain grind for level and getting stronger. Like that brain of mine is getting stronger again. So it's like, how big's the game? Play Warframe? I don't know, Warframe feels too much execution. Like sometimes it's just kind of the turn off brain and just mindlessly farm. And then Warframe is like zippity dip flippy dips, flippy zip. Warframe is brain of farming? It definitely doesn't look like it. Well, when I see like people play Warframe, sometimes when they stream Warframe that I see, all I see is just like flippy dip, and then and then Q. It looks like it looks like a little execution behind those movements and shit. And yeah, and everyone's so fast too. I assume I have to play in a party in Warframe, or like it's like optional but optimal. Do it? I need to see how big Path of Exile is first. My PC don't have any more space. Oh, 59 gigs? That's not too big. The world is cooked when 59 gigs is not too big. Oh my god. Warframe movement is very new?
Good night,
Seriously
good
though?
girl. Get hugged and squimish. Pat, 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 pat.
Each pet screams the Kobo as well? Wow. I mean, Warframe has like a potential dragon. How big is Warframe? I think I have it on my library. Warframe. Warframe. Oh, Warframe's 51 gigs. It's smaller than Path of Exile. Crazy. Oh my god.
$26.
26. But they don't know how to speak Chinese. Hey, Everest and Greed. Fellow Hunter, I have a question. Which Monster Hunter games have you played before? 26. I played World the most. I played Rise. I played Frontier second most actually. I've been playing Generation Ultimate still these days on my Switch. And I also play Wilds. Like now. These are the games that I play. Oh, Monster Hunter. I think I didn't play 3 and 4 because it's on a handheld console and I don't own them at all. So I don't really have a chance to play them. I heard a lot of good things about them though. And also the PS1, PS2, Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter 2. I played a little bit of Monster Hunter 2 back then, but because I was a kid, I have no idea what I was doing, so I kinda just dropped it. But now it's a different story. I fucking love Monster Hunter. Generation X still active? I don't know, is Generation X the same as Generation Ultimate? If it is, I'm also not too sure because I always solo hunt in Generation Ultimate. I'm currently G rank 3 star, I think? Oh, last I checked at least, I'm G rank 3 star. Yeah. Generation Ultimate is really fun actually. I play a lot of Adept. I play a lot of Adept normal Valor because it kind of sucks after playing it for a bit. Guild, not really. What was the other one again? Like the one that changes your roll to a big jump. Airborne? And I'm just gonna call it Airborne. I don't know. Airborne. I should get back to Generation Ultimate someday. I don't know. But it's fun. I like it. I like it. Hey, I wanna rate Johnny. I might give Warframe a look. Off stream? X is Generation Ultimate. Oh, okay. And still, I'm not too sure if it's like still online active, right? Because again, I've been solo hunting for the longest time. I think there was only at some point where I hunted with Gogeta and Maple in game. That's like one of my chapters back then. I'm gonna rate Johnny. I'm gonna rate the shiny dragon. Oh yeah, also 已经26个月了，继续支持你。Thank you, Lupo. Thank you, Lupo. You're so heckin' nice. PDC flashback from Gen Ultimate. Dread King Rathalos. I haven't fought Dread King Rathalos at all. I've been finding a little Soulseer Mizu because I love Soulseer. Soulseer is very cool. Recently made a Soulseer armor. Very, very nice. Night, Brecky. Alright, I'm gonna plug my things real. Oh my god. Big glory. Right. Plug my things real quick. Oh. I don't know if I want to join the VR chat hangout this week with Celeste though. I mean, I would love to, but I feel a little bit flustered because it's like her special event. Aww. Like, I kinda want to join, but at the same time, it's like I'm kinda scared. I mean, the VR chat hangout starts at 7 AM my time, so I have to wake up early for that. And it will be streamed too. Oh, there's the Discord plug. Well, there's my Discord. I announced my stream stuff over there. And there's a Dragon Simping Corner. Heck yeah. I'm still thinking whether if I want to join or not, to be honest. Like, I would love to join, but I'm also like scared because it'll be streamed. And I feel a little bit like shy. Like, I don't know, it feels a little bit different when I'm in someone else's stream with VR chat things. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I could get out of my own comfort zone a little bit this time. I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll think about it. Anyways, I have a coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Helps with paying bills and stuff. Yeah. I'll let Bernie talk about it more. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for today. I'm gonna go get some small rest. And yeah. I'll get some food. I don't know why I'm so hungry. I had a huge portion this afternoon, but it's fine. I'll go get food. Like, here's the right message. Still gonna ask for uppies every time. I'm a Kobo that likes uppies a lot. Heck yeah. And let me type it right to Johnny. Okay, I typed in the rain. So... What?
Yep.
What? Yep. Right. Before the raid though, the Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all. And here comes the raid to Johnny. Shiny Dragon. Yeah. Wow, heckin' Kobo raiding a dragon? Very, very nice. Well, dragons are so cool. Oh, I remember last night, I don't know why, but I suddenly have this like funny happy feeling where I'm glad that I'm a kobold and I'm just thinking about dragons all the time. It's like I fall asleep really quickly last night, so hey, maybe I am actually getting more kobold brain by the minute. Every day passes by, I just become more and more kobold brain. I like that. Nothing's wrong with being kobold brain. Man, I love being a kobold. I really do. And I'm so glad I made the changes too, because I went from a fucking cryptid to a dragon to a snake, and now I'm a kobold. I love all my characters though. I love them. I feel more kobold these years or so. But I'm gonna wait for the timer to count down, as I always do, right? I cannot really see the timer though. Alright, there we go. Right, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Cute cowboy. Oh my god.